Alright. Welcome back to Pillars of Eternity, where we are continuing the Act 2 in Defiance Bay. Last time we went through the catacombs, finding the Temple of Voedica. And from there, we got some additional tasks. We effectively saw with the main character 3 visions. One of them is leading to Deerford Village, where we were already. And then we need to go to Heritage Hill, which is currently closed. But then we also need to speak to the head warden of Brackenbury Sanitarium. So I think that's maybe where we'll head first. We did receive a letter which starts the White March DLC. I will see how I do the White March. I think it is like level 7 and above. So maybe around level 7 or 8 we could go and take a look. We need to find an expert on awakenings. Okay, that's a second thing to do at the Brackenbury Sanitarium. As we were talking to Aloth, so this is Aloth's side quest. Voice from the past. So this also pushes us to the sanitarium. We would need to retrieve the Helic of Thane's grimoire that has been locked away by Mordred. And then we have this one where I'm still unaware of where the Dunrid Row is. I would like to see that first before I go to the Crucible Keep. But I think the first things first, we will go to Brackenbury and the Brackenbury Sanitarium. And continue from there. Heritage Hill is currently closed.
How's the hand?
There.
Turning purple. I'd have to cut it off.
I warned you not to pet him.
If I'm not supposed to pet him, why is he so soft?
Okay, we are getting the S-tier panther here. So yes, we did receive some information how to get into the Heritage Hill, but let's look at the sanitarium first. Also in here, I did not visit the manors. I didn't really have a reason to yet. But I think the sanitarium is right there, so let's go to that one. Animancer does not say anything. These charming windows are reinforced with iron bars and double thickness of glass. Okay. We'll also start saving early here. It's a hard save in the beginning of the stream. Okay, it's a yellow background. Those are the Kickstarter backers. no dialogue with those guys. There's a couple of nobles here. There's some books. And I have set myself in doing some book reading. Book reading later. Head Warden. Wait. The statue was doing the talking. What? Sometimes we get people in here trying to make trouble for the Animancers. Warden, an Animancer from the Republic's Pancello, has requested a visit. Extend a formal invitation. See to it that necessary preparations are made. Okay.
Of course.
I'm opening these books just in case it kind of triggers something, but I'm not like reading. Sometimes some of these might actually have... they're related to a quest. Or just give me additional information on something or for some dialogue, and basically my characters are glancing through them. Okay, I wasn't expecting to talking to a statue, but I guess that's what we're gonna do. A well-maintained statue of a middle-aged man presides over the room. Looking down, unblinking over the puzzle of harried academics pestered by the hopeful desperates. A strong warmth emanates from it that you could sense from across the room. There's a human soul stored beneath the stonework. You feel its attention turned towards you. It has been some time since a watcher graced these halls. His voice echoes deeply, rumbling the floor beneath you. I am envious of your natural insights, traveler. I can only imagine how it might have helped my work in life. Now, what is it that has brought you to my sanitarium? Does anyone here know anything about awakenings? There's an Animancer on the lower floor who came all the way from Revua to study them. Take the stairs down and look for Bella Sage. Tell me about the sanitarium. A history lesson? This is a rare pleasure. Most come in here only concerned with cheating death in one way or another. We are an old institution, as Deerwood goes. This is our 94th year. As with many cities, the growth of Defiance Bay brought with it a host of problems. One of the worst was that those born with, shall we say, ill-favored souls came to populate its streets in droves. Thus, the sanitarium. Brackenbury was a natural fit. It was growing, but there was also a lot of money here back then. This place owes its survival to the curiosities of the wealthy more than anything, I think. Our founding came at a time of great suspicion in animancy, much like today. So much progress has been lost to the mishaps of few careless practitioners. But in time, it was forgotten as all things are. Since then, we have been at the forefront of animancy's resurgence. We have played host to many gifted researchers and pushed the boundaries of our knowledge in ways never thought possible. Some of the first safe transferences were done here, and we have pioneered work in soul purification, lineage analysis, preservation. It's really quite a list, if you're part of my pride. Today it's, well, I can't say it's exactly the same. There's been some push to shut us down. It comes from Deerwood's more excitable denizens, more minds, more passionate and thoughtful, I'm afraid. People see this legacy, and they see it involves something they don't understand. So it's natural for them to suspect people whose understanding exceeds theirs. It looks to them like we're hiding something. We have representative in the palace this very moment, defending the entire science of animancy at the hearing before the dock. Absurd as it sounds. If it does not go well, it could be the end of animancy in the wood. I fear Ivar may be swayed by all this unrest, irrational though it may be. We shall see. Okay, that was a lot of dialogue in the deep voice. Whew. Why did I choose that? Because it said low and echo, but I can't do the echo. Echo. We are looking for Moidred and we are looking for someone from the Letting Key. I'm curious as to how you come to be in your present state. In the statue, you mean? Well, I was old, and it seemed wrong to me, a lifetime spent in pursuit of discovery, only to lose it all in death. Somewhere, someday I would wake up in a new body, none the wiser, to pursue a different course entirely, all the experience wasted. If we are ever to unearth the principles behind our existence, it will be in spite of our condition. Of that, I am quite sure. To live on as part of something I helped build seemed to me a better legacy than what nature had in store. The transfer itself was quite simple as our techniques go, and for that I am grateful. Playing with souls is far easier to accept when they are not your own. I do miss being able to take an active role in the scholarly efforts here. Now and again, one of our animancers will humor me and consult over some problem, but they are a jealous breed and too often afraid to collaborate. If you are considering it yourself, I can tell you that it isn't for the easily bored. All right. You may have a member of the Letting Key in your midst. Ethelmore groans and stone around him shudders. I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions been into our affairs. Of course, one can seldom be certain whether they've meddled and whether calamity has struck on its own. But a few of their less skilled infiltrators have been exposed from time to time. They are perpetual nuisance. Once again, I am reminded of how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect they would be of some of use in verifying one's identity. You are at odds with the Letting Key as well, I take it. They have something I need. I hope it isn't knowledge you seek. They are seldom keen to part with it. Do you have some idea of who this person might be? I suspect it's a patient. Very well. In that case, I would recommend you speak first to our resident animancers. They have frequent interactions with both patients and colleagues. You'll find them up here and in their offices downstairs. You will report anything suspicious to me immediately. This is my only request. I'm also looking for an animancer named Moidred. Moidred, of course. You will find him downstairs in the first room on the right. Thank you very much, Head Warden Ethelmore. And I am kind of grateful that that's over. I can do the deep voice, but it's also quite taxing. Maybe that was a pretty solid statue voice.
Of course.
These look like sketches of Engwithan ruins and artifacts. let's assume that this playthrough will be like 100 or something hours. We are at about 30 hour mark now, I think. There will probably be like 50 hours of reading books. When I eventually read them. Let's talk to these animancers. If one of them would actually have okay. There's probably gonna be some animancer that is named that will actually have some dialogue, but let's talk to them all because that's what Head Warden says. Yeah, let me talk to the guard. Mind that I was not... Wait, what do we have here? Ah. This man's soul was torn asunder by a bivouac. As you can see, the patient is unresponsive, common after soul trauma. The Manser places a small stone upon the patient's forehead. A portion of his soul was recovered near his body. We used this stone as a vessel for transfer. Can you hear me, Oswin? The patient's eyes slowly open before a panicked, wild expression washes over him. Unfortunately, the extended dissociation has permanent side effects. The patient becomes more agitated, grunting and moaning as he tugs at his bonds. With further research, we are confident that we'll be able to rehabilitate. Yes, that's the word. Patients like Oswin. I just started thinking that I'm now here in the sanitarium and bivouac was mentioned. What if this whole game is just the imagination of the main character? They actually went crazy. Plot twist.
Hello.
A bald man with a crooked nose gestures in demonstration over the still body of a patient before a small gathering of interest onlookers. Feeling your gaze, he pauses his discussion. Have you come to sit in? Do you know anything about awakenings? I'm afraid that's not my area of expertise.
Gods keep you.
Oh. The question to ask if there has been something odd happening went away. What is it that you do here? Closest we are to the Kalimantan Wilds, we get a number of bivouac maimings. Okay.
Gods keep you.
Sanitarium. Okay. Let's see if there is someone here we can talk. Paintings of rolling forest glen has a strangely soothing effect.
Hey.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny. After Act 2, you wake up at the camp or you wake up here in the sanitarium. Like, it was all dream, and then the game actually begins. Wait, there was a mention of upstairs as well. Maybe this is the upstairs. Speak to the Animancers. Speak to Pelasage. Maybe I should have Aloth here, sneaking, so that they will look around for secrets. Let's take an open door first. Ripley. Note from Azo. Require more copper tubing for my next experiments. Do not requisition it from sanitarium stores. Okay, Azo is our first suspect for sure. And there is a quest update for that as well. Okay, that is not showing red, which would mean that it could be opened. Let me just save just in case.
The work of a moment.
Okay. Tixa, pale lady. Subject is female and mid-40s, awakened to a past life as a serial murderer, which now frequently emerges as the soul's dominant personality. Weak candidate for present research. Cram. Subject is male, approximately early 30s. Power of speech absent, presumably as a result of over-fragmentation of his soul. Severe panic. I had to enlist 8 of cards in transporting him. Cram. Idle man. The Midnight Man. Subject is male, mid-20s. Displays acute dissociation and paranoid delusional tendencies causing anger and extreme violence. Dangers of working with the subject prelude possibility of further use in present research. Uzgrim. Approximately 17 years of age. Admitted 4 episodes of Catatonia followed by occasional violent outbursts. Initial analysis of soul revealed severe fragmentation and essence deficiency. Said deficiency all but eliminates the possibility of utilizing subject in present research.
Well met, friend.
A young Orlan woman traces her fingers along the spines of the books in front of her. Row by row, her motions quick and skittish, like birds. She does not notice you until you are nearly upon her. Oh my, you startled me. Are you supposed to be in here? What do you do here? I mostly help Master Azo set up and clean his equipment. I also keep his office organized since he's too busy to read himself. Ah, this is Azo's office, okay. If there's something else, I need to get back to work. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. Me? I'm just Master Azo's assistant, but there's a visiting scholar from Revua here named Pelasage. She claims to know about.
Hey.
Okay. I need to work on my woman voices. That was not good. Okay, not locked. There's Pelasage. This strange device seems to thrum with power.
Yes?
Sneaking is at the same time also searching. I think there's a possibility that they would spot something even if they are not doing this, but better this way. You know what? Since I'm a little bit wounded, I will. Oh, the wound binding only works on themselves. I'm a dumbass. I thought that could be used as a heal. I think the field dressing is maybe something that can be used as is. Yeah, I totally misread that when I took it. I assumed we could heal others' health with that. Anyway, sidetracking. A woman paces back and forth, her feet crunching on the soft red carpet. She gestures and mumbles to herself, shaking her head as she pores over pages of notes. Cozy, here I am, looking so hard for answers in my research that I do not see the Kith standing in front of me. What can I do? Have you noticed anything unusual or suspicious here lately? It is rare for me to notice things that do not relate to my work, even when they are in front of me. Chanter, I'm Mika, but I am not the best choice to help you with that. What do you do here? According to my research grants, I study awakenings. Subliminating pre-awakening souls has been one of Animance's greatest successes, and I'm working on the method to replicate the process on awakened souls. She gnaws at a lip. But the truth is that I find few suitable subjects here. Waitman's legacy has left plenty of awakened souls, but most are too broken to study. Oh no, she will want to study. She will want to study. You're on luck, I have volunteer. I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. I mean, will she study me, the main character, or Aloth? I don't know. Ah, that would be me. The lack of research subject has made me vulnerable. I would like to transfer Animance's success in butt dressing. Pre-awakened. It's a weird movie. Pre-awakened souls to soothing those whose souls have already awakened. Well, you're in luck. I have a volunteer. Galarde, who is it? I don't know about this. Don't be silly. The process is perfectly harmless. All you must do is stand in that cage. I beg your pardon? I jest. You Adrians are so uptight. I do not even know that the thing is used for. What the thing is used for. It belonged to the last occupant of this office, I think. Now, they upgrade him to a cell. Again, I jest. She rubs her hands together, getting down to business. What business? So, I need you to sit there. Here. She takes Aloth by the shoulders and steers him to the couch. And try to relax. But don't try too hard. Then you will not be relaxing. Indeed. And you must also wear these. A little cold, but copper will help conduct your essence. The Animancer fastens thick copper bands to Aloth's forehead and wrists. As she ratchets them tighter, his face twitches with suppressed irritation. Now I will examine your soul through my scope. She reaches into her desk and produces a long chambered tube. Knobs, dials, and small toothed wheels run along the side of the device. It is fitted with other lenses cut to different thicknesses and concavities. By manipulating them, I find angles and densities that will allow me to track the anomalies in your soul. Does this mean we'll get to talk to Isilmer more? I like that lady. But first, we must find this cunning interloper. We will answer some personal questions while I make adjustments. Don't worry, I'm sure we won't hear any of it. Very well. To begin, tell me something personal, something from a time before your awakening. There's nothing to tell. I was just a normal child living in Sithwood. He looks to you. His face is set in a frown, but the rigid edges of apprehensions show through nevertheless. What do you remember about your home? As you speak to Aleth, you feel your voice like a bell in your chest. It tolls softly, luring him into the mist of his own memory. Bella said she doesn't seem to notice anything, but you feel as if your words are smoothing his essence, untangling in many threads. Comfortable, modest, quiet when mother's away, which is most of the time. Quiet enough to hear the clink on glass and wood. This is when I know to be most careful. Father is good about hiding bottles. Mother, when she is home, is good at pretending not to notice them. This is good. I'm starting to see something. Continue. Tell us about the time you awakened. She bites her tongue as she twists one of the dials. I am in 5th year of training. Mother is home. I can let my guard down a little because when she's around, he's usually only angry with her. But he has heard that I have had trouble casting missiles, that my flame shields are unstable. He's furious that I have failed, and Mother's presence reminds him that he has failed too. The first blow takes me by surprise. One moment I am sweeping the kitchen. Next time I'm sprawled on the ground, stupidly looking at the flecks of my blood on the tile. His boots, glistening with fresh polish, thud across the floor. Kicks me in the stomach. I curl up to shield my vitals, but it's pointless. Protecting one thing only leaves something else exposed. Still huddled on the ground, I retreat as fast as I can. I retreat until the vision of the kitchen and my own trembling knees is nothing but a pinprick against the field of black. His jaw locks and his eyes twitch beneath their lids. Madiko, he's hypnotized himself with this old memory. You got to bring him out of it. Quickly, I almost have it. Shake him by the shoulders, slap him in the face. Wake up! But there is option. There is option to slap. I think we have been going with actually all of these benevolent, passionate, and rational things. I think we'll go with you're safe. You're safe. Everything's fine. Aleth's eyes snap open, but the expression you see in them isn't his. He isn't as safe when I hap upon him. Bellaset shucks a deep breath through her teeth. That's it. I'm seeing a shift in his essence, something spreading and congealing. Keep talking. He seems to respond to you. What brought you here? Creaking bones and voices high in higher. The warm molasses feeling that creeps down your gut when crisis is nigh. Belafetto, we have flares of totally distinct essence. She jots shorthand notes onto the pages next to her and turns one clicking knob off her scope. Now try to get the two of them talking. Isilmer, tell Aleth why you have awakened. Fear, he's the one needed me. Hiding in his own bone bag like a turtle in a shell. I never turned it over to you. Aleth's face twitches in fury. Good, yes, very good. She rests from her scribbling only to make another adjustment on a scope. I can now see two separate patterns of essence, where he ebbs, the other flows, as if it's as if the awakened soul fills the spaces that he leaves empty. Go on. Isilmer, what exactly are you taking from him? Nay, more than I'm giving. You should ask what I did that old man of his. Now the last time he laid hand on us, I break it in 3 places. Aleth's head jerks on the side. That wasn't your decision. It's never been your decision. And I was awakening. Now I'm stuck with you. And damned if I let your dinning drag us both through the scupper. Ah, very good. She lowers scope and consults her notes. I think I finally got something we can work with. I've tracked Iselmer's essence throughout the exchange. She had a particularly high density index during the most heated portions of their arguments, and her essence seemed to localize most clearly in the lower portion of the subject's left ribcage. That's right around the spleen, which of course means that she is triggered by black bile. No doubt the subject's characteristic melancholy is to blame. That's utter horseshit. It does seem as though she got one thing right. Yes, never mind my years of training. I suppose you have a better explanation. Also, again, I do have to repeat. Just this kind of game's lore take on schizophrenia on its own is already super kind of interesting subject in a game, and then combining that with kind of Alet's past domestic violence. It's nice when role-playing games take on the hard subjects, and but especially this kind of mental health part in this case kind of explained through the game's lore and game's world. Iselmer manifests when Aleph is in danger or under pressure. If you're right, then removing Aleph's spleen should cure him. No. Let's go with the danger. I suppose that could be true. I'll have to check this against other research. Well, and good for you, but what does this mean for me? Blessed frowns at her notes, tapping her cheek with a quill and making a grand show of concentration. However, you catch her stealing a glance at you over the pages. It seems that Iselmer steps in when she determines that you're in danger. It's not clear whether this is a help or hindrance. From my position, I'd say pretty clearly a hindrance. I've got a lot to process. Regardless, thank you for your help, Viola. He does not look at Belasage. Well, I hope this has been useful to you as it has been to me. I finally have material worth publishing. You'll be the toast of Revua, Fentry Aloth. Got a lot of experience from that. Aye, advancing the right-wise principles of animals. It's just what you have always wanted. As you tend to leave, you catch darting movements out of the corner of your eye. Belasage is humming to herself, still occupied with her scope, but Aloth is holding her notes. He's just about tucked them into his cloak when he catches you watching. He holds a finger to his lips, his eyes wide and imploring. Please. I don't want my personal information published like this, especially not after her nonsense. No, I think we're gonna go with honest. Aloth will not like that, but we'll go with honest. Yeah, you got your explanation, she gets her research, that was the deal. Slides the papers back on the desk. I'm not gonna help you explain this one, Scholar Boy. Okay. This also added two-sided got a little bit more out of it, but that also updated this. Why did I get this now? This is more related to the note I picked up from the bookcase.
Hey.
So that was Aloth's quest completed. edges of the cage are dented and scored with claw marks.
Hey.
Let's see if we can find something. Okay, while they're holding in here, is this where the old patients are? I never thought I'd be taking orders from a talking statue. You're here as a client, you'll want to be talking to an animancer, not me. Ah, okay, that is actually fully locked. Okay, that's Moedred.
Hey.
So from him we would have to take the grimoire. Unexpected results. The canine host was listless and unresponsive, but it was determined that this was simply an implanted feline soul. Yawn resulted in vigorous stimulation. Okay, there's some stealing happening in there.
Yes?
I'll talk to you in a moment. This is not marked as stealing. Okay, it's a special one. We're not gonna touch that. It's probably a mimic. An animancer scribbles feverishly on the parchment scroll while his free hand dances through the air, counting off unseen objects. His lips move in a silent discourse. As your shadow falls over his scroll, he looks up at you with mingled perplexity and irritation. What are you working on? My area of focus is whites. More specifically, how to cure them. What is that? A hollow-born who received transplanted animal soul during infancy. One of Animance's early efforts to cure the legacy, if not successful one. They show signs of developmental abnormalities throughout their childhood, but when they reach adolescence, they become aggressive, feral, but still victims in need of care. Transplanting animal souls into children seems like an odd solution. We Animancers were trying to do something about the crisis better than letting it swallow the generation of children. Despite the controversy, it only went so far because at first it seemed to work. People called it the salvation. Children that had never been responsive to any kind of stimuli suddenly seemed aware of their surroundings, of their families. The complications don't begin until puberty, but that's when the incompatibilities between body and soul take shape. Children become violent, ravenous. But we paid dearly for our mistake, I promise you. Angry mobs hunted down Animancers and burned down their homes, with them still inside, often as not. People took to calling it cruel salvation. So why do you study them? What kind of question is that? Just think of all the families that could be healed. Animancy has an answer, I know it. It's simply a matter of working it out. Does the name Helic mean anything to you? Helic? He is, a colleague of mine. He was primarily a necromancer, but he was involved in animancy too. He worked at the sanitarium for several years. I dare say everyone here has heard of him. He clears his throat. He left his post recently. I believe he was seeking new opportunities in the Valian republics. The advances they're making in animancy really are quite remarkable. Surely you've heard. Perhaps you haven't. Do you know a woman named Rowena? No, I don't get out of the sanitarium much. Well, about Helic. No longer works here. I heard it differently. Do I want to confront them? I think I will. Just what are you insinuating? If this is your idea of joke, I assure you it's in a very poor taste. Okay, so with might we could intimidate them. So you didn't sink a blade into his chest and dump him into catacombs. He'll be relieved to hear it. This seems like it's picking up a fight. Not sure if I want to do that. Yeah, at least not yet.
Hey.
I mean, shouldn't we talk about that with head warden? The statue mention Helic. That they are alive.
Greetings.
Wait, that voice is not deep at all. I have been fooled by the description. Have you learned anything of interest? Maybe. Is Guideman also running experiments on the patients here? Experiments? Guideman also is in charge of patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run any more experiments. I am disappointed in Guideman. I had hoped he would be the one to guide your inquiry. He'll be in his office or in the patient wards. I am granting you immediate access so you can find him. No doubt you will wish to speak to him further on this matter. And I, for one, am curious as to what he might have to say. Tread carefully in the wards. There are a few dangerous cases. I would ask also that you do your best not to agitate the patients. They've had enough troubles as it is.
Hey.
The description said that the statue's deep voice rumbled the hall, and then he greets with "Hello."
Hey.
Okay. I felt like this is probably also a good place to save. I don't wanna mess anything up in here. Flesh constructs. Patient, that one is named.
Keeping an eye out.
Lockpicks. Well, I don't mind if I do. Sanitarium card.
And what
What does the flame reveal?
There's a door there, but no option on it. Pure distance.
Hey.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Okay, why is this stealing? Okay. Will not steal. Unless we must. Unless we must do it for some quests. Okay.
Nice and quiet.
So this goes back there. That is locked. Level 5.
Hey. That's unusual.
Okay. What did you see, Aleth? Good catch. Someone's secret bottle. That looks like the office.
I shall be discreet.
Let's talk to her. You must be visiting someone. Have any of the patients here been acting unusually? Well, there's Batixa who relives a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. Idleman, who Seoni has half a soul, was found collecting the faces of others because he believed his own to be a false one. Graham, he speaks in language no one understands and wails at night sometimes. Different from their normal behavior, I mean. Well, yes, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Azo let us know that a number of patients in the North Ward had volunteered for new therapy and would be escorted to his laboratory to receive treatment. The North Ward has our most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get help. It seems to me it's gotten quieter over there since it started. It's Graham I see them taking in the most. He struggles, but he always was a bit of a wild one. So is Graham the leaden key one? Why are you in here? I don't want to say. You'll think less of me. this life? do we flirt with them? No, I'm listening. These last few years haven't been kind to me. They haven't been kind to anyone, really. I try not to think of it as personal. I lost my husband and both boys in Saints' War. My daughter, the legacy, took her before she was ever mine. I made do. What else can you do? I moved into a tiny place in Odreskift. Got my mending clothes and on kindness of strangers when I had to. But I was surviving and the guards were watching over me. I could live with that. Then one day this noble woman comes in, wants his fancy gown fixed. Gorgeous things. Gorgeous thing, this shade of blue I'd never seen before. Only I looked at it and it reminded me of something. I had what they call an awakening. I remembered being a noble woman myself in another life. People dating over me. Men doting over me. Me! The best food, the most beautiful home, all the things you'd never dare to dream of, they were mine. It was poison knowing that, all those things I had that I'll never have in this life. It did something to me. The food started to taste rotten. The walls in my little room seemed to close in around me. I stopped being able to sleep in my own bed. So I came here. It was that or break into an estate and start ordering servants around. It seemed such a silly thing to worry about. You don't have to tell me, but I can't get past it. And I start to wonder, did the guards choose this life for me? And if so, what terrible thing must I have done to deserve this? Maybe we'll get there again one day. If not in this life, then in another. The strange part is, I think even the best wouldn't be good enough for me anymore. I think it must have gotten to that point when I was that noble lady. What do you know about Animancer Azo? Like him very much. He's helped me understand a great deal about myself, and I know he's done the same for others. What's happened to Azo? They don't like to talk about it, but there was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in Deerwood. That was his reputation. People say it was ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash. Even if he was a bit of a showman. He told me once he had figured out a way to create a soul. Not a soul exactly, mind you. How did he put it? A proxy, I think he called it. He had some machine that drew energy out of the very ether. The point is, it was going to help with the legacy. It was going to make Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Guards know that's something we need. Do you know what they called those empty little babies in Ondra's gifts? No, tell me. They call them boys. Tactical boy. Because so many of them are found floating face down into water. There are mad times. Anyway, Master Azo had scheduled a public demonstration of his work in Copperlane. He was so excited. And the next day he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard. And he stopped seeing patients. I don't know exactly what's happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him. But I'm glad they're letting him treat people again. Where I might find him? Shares a wall with his office. Would I be able to visit the North Ward? They like to keep them separate. Okay.
Hey.
So I think it is down here. Oh, there was a door there that side did not open. Is this locked? No. Oh, there he is. Something churns and bubbles in this tank. Copper wires and conduits are shining. The device is warm to touch. It's locked. It's locked. A round-faced, balding man turns to face you. His upper lip is pulled upward slightly by his pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls.
What is the meaning of this?
Ethelmer told me you're not supposed to be doing any more experiments. Yes, well, Ethelmer hasn't done much good for anyone since he had his soul moved in an inanimate object. So I fail to see why I should let him that sway me. If animals are followed the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backward and willful ignorant as Dreadceras. We would know nothing about this life and death, even ourselves. We would be lost in the dark with no clue as to why. I never thought I'd find myself in agreement with the statue, but Ethelmer's right about this fellow at least. How easily ambition masquerades as prudence. I'll bet he's fooled even himself. To toy with things beyond our comprehension is dangerous and foolish.
Are you from Rayed Ceres? Are you Wydwen himself, risen to smite me for my heretical belief in learning who I am and why I exist? Please. You are afraid because men have taught you to be afraid. Because they were taught to be afraid. These things are only beyond our comprehension because of the fears of people like you. Who will solve Wydwen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an animancer, or it will be no one at all.
Have you tried to experiments on any other subjects? I have, yes. No point in lying about it, now that Ethelmer was involved. I asked for volunteers from our patients and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close to, at one time, a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood their sacrifice would mean something. I heard you were demoted. How did it happen? It's none of your concern. Did one of the others put you up to this, Outmare? That smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how, I'll never know. He spits on the floor as if to remove a bitter taste from his mouth. Expert on awakenings, blah blah blah. I'd like to access the North Ward. Out of the question. Those patients are in isolation for a reason. Perception 13. Your forehead seems damp all of a sudden. Perhaps I should discuss your insubordination with the head warden?
You smug cretin. How dare you come down here and meddle? You have no idea the importance of my research.
He balls up his fist and digs his teeth into his index finger, growl shimmering beneath his breath and deep scowl compressing his face.
Fine. Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
He pulls a heavy key from one of his pockets and nearly slams it down on the floor before handing it to you. So yeah, Cram was the one we need to talk to. This is for the main quests. Okay.
Hey.
Before I go to that one, I will see what I can do with Mordred, because it seems that there's no option for anything else. Hopefully this doesn't get into a fight. That would be most unfortunate.
Hail, traveler.
Actually, wait, can I talk with someone else who actually has might, or is it always the main character?
Hail and well met.
It's always the main character. Well, let's be clever about it. Basically, revealing what we know. How? Very well. Yes, I killed him. I killed that beast because nobody else had the spine for it. He was a madman. Years of perverse experiments, twisting healthy souls, torturing damaged souls, and for what? He inflated the essence from Clanfatan indigents for his amusement. He waves down the hall. If the public had known half of his deeds, they'd raise this place to the ground. He chaps his finger on the desk. He used the sanitarium to disguise his own sick proclivities. He brought shame on all of us and put the entire discipline at risk. I regret nothing. Now you know the whole grisly story. He said you stole a grimoire from him. His grimoire? What's that madman been telling you? Let's be honest. He said you kept it in that trunk over there. Alright, I forgot that we got the key. Mordred takes the key with trembling hand. You have been misled. There's no grimoire here, and Helic never intended you to find one. That wretched thing has an insatiable hunger for blood. Thank you for denying him. I hope I can convince you now to return and slay him once and for all. I didn't realize that I had the key. That I had the key for this. I forgot it because it was last time. He has something I need. He's already lied to you about grimoire. I don't have it. So now we are just trusting this guy that he's giving me a key to open it. So I assume can I open this without the key? Look like claw marks. I'm just thinking that, is this actually a mimic? I'm too curious. I need to open it. Ah, okay. It is the key. I need alternate timeline here. I need alternate timeline and see what's in there. I can't help it. Looks like in this case, honesty does not work. Although I would be pretty happy if this was a mimic about the first choice. The trunk holds no grimoires or treasures. Instead, you find yourself staring into a feral gaze and toothy maw of a twisted monstrous creature. Its humanoid form has been overwhelmed by bony angles and terrible claws. You recognize the vague shape of a young girl beneath the elongated malformed bones and grey skin. It growls and leaps from the trunk not toward you but toward Mordred. Mordred has no time to scream before his throat is torn out. Well, in a way this is kind of a... Why did Mordred has this locked in here?
Quethe silmes mitu.
Maybe we'll find the grimoire in there.
Ready, Watcher.
Well, that escalated quickly. Okay. Now that I know these options without knowing, well, Helic obviously lied to me. But why he has locked one of these animal souls in the box?
I shall.
Did I check this? I think I checked this. So there was no grimoire.
Hey. Of course.
I don't know. Maybe this is the right thing to could do if this guy had his reasons, at least
Nice
based on
and
his
slow.
Hey.
based on his explanation why he murdered Helic. But I know they are doing weird experiments here, but why was this locked in there? That is just weird.
I'll see what I can find.
There's nothing in there.
Hey.
Did you check that Light's prison pocket? Luckily they didn't implement everything in this game.
He does it.
Jeez. Some of you guys are having a little bit too I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. Wait, I was looking for... Ah, right, this was Azo's office. Yeah. Okay, so we need to talk to Cram without breaking the place. Wait, that was not the North Ward. Is it here? Ah, it's of course. No visitors. But I have a key. This door has a speech bubble. Is this my face? Tell me. Wait. Wasn't it? Oh jeez, now I don't remember anymore. I had the...
Hey,
Wait. Do I need to recognize them with the description? Because I couldn't see the name. There was the... Was it Cram who didn't like their face? Overfragmentation. No, it was not here. It was told about... It's the lady who talked about it.
hey.
Hello.
Grim struggles. Graham speaks in language no one understands. Ah, Idleman. Idleman was found collecting faces.
Hey,
That was the only thing I remember. It was the wrong guy. But them not having their own face. So language that no one speaks is Graham. Oh, actually it reads right there. Okay, so all that fuss for nothing. I was ready to do some investigative work. This man has the look in his eyes of a hunted animal, and at your approach he staggers backward to the far corner of his cell, halfway appearing as though he would climb the walls if it would get him farther away from you. He cries out, a bizarre, primal utterance like nothing you have heard. I need to ask you some questions, Graham. Graham looks at you blankly. It is unclear whether he understands you or not, but his panic has momentarily subsided. He opens his mouth to speak, but the words that come out are half-formed, as though his tongue were cut out. They are impossible for you to discern, if indeed they are words at all. As though his tongue were cut, so he has a tongue still? The mutilations of animancy, crueler than any torture, to disfigure the soul. Let us return the favor to the animancers of this shit heap. You're afraid. Do certain visitors make you afraid? He looks at you with uncertainty. Slowly, tentatively, he steps closer to the front of his cell, and as he does so, for the first time you can perceive his soul within your ken. It is misshapen, as though maimed by some jagged instrument, and large expanses of it have been gouged out entirely. You feel no barriers of resistance. If you wanted to, you could look further into Graham's soul. Well, let's do that. You project out toward the maimed soul in front of you, merging with it, its confusion and fear becoming yours as it whisks you into its depths. You're in your cell. A key turns. The door creaks open on neck-littered hinges. Thoughts come to you in waves, incomplete, broken, fearful. Standing at the door is a rodent, balding man. His upper teeth and pointy nose remind you of rats. He beckons, apologetic. You don't want to go. Anything else. In your mind is a single word, and the word is no. But it dissolves before it reaches your lips. You press against the back wall, cornered, you cry out. In darkness, you fight against unseen restraints. You cannot move your arms or legs. The man walks into the room carrying a lit candle, its meager flame casting long shadows across books and machinery. Straps bind your arms and legs. Gold metal circumscribes the crown of your head and breath on your chest. The man is sorry. He's in need of raw materials. They dismantled his work and he needs another source. He needs to show them he was right. He thanks you. Then he turns a knob and you feel yourself begin to crack from within. You can feel pieces of you torn away. Like having your insides chewed by a horde of rats, and you are screaming a scream you can barely hear. Another night. Heavy footsteps outside your door, coming for you. You look through a slit in your door. The flesh giant, artificial being just outside but facing left. Facing the end of the hall, the boy there. The boy looks with interest at the giant and collapses to the floor like a shed snakeskin. The giant convulses for a moment, then rights itself, turns away and leaves. Facing at the end of the hall, the boy there. Graham looks at you, still wild-eyed but somehow more present. He nods at you, then walks back to the end of his cell. Strange behavior by a boy, far end of the North Ward. Okay, after I talk to Graham, I can't... Okay, I still talk to her as well.
I shall be discreet.
Uskrim. A widow adolescent boy. He seems like a grown man. If a boy has an arm like that, I'm not sure if you can call him a boy. Adolescent boy in the center of his cell, caucus and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead. The occasional blink is only movement. It's unclear whether he registers your presence at all behind his glassy doll-like eyes. In this state, barriers between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed if you should wish it. Let's do. Close your eyes and edge forward toward the boy's soul, and as you near, the sudden malaise come over you. You're cold and warm at once. All at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath, as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It is predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur to you to retract, and already you feel yourself plunging into something interminable abyss of thought and memory. You are standing in a cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. The far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouettes beneath the stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time. The misbegotten child of desperate creators. When the construct is closed, you coil yourself up and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body as though it were membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor, a puppet whose strings are cut. You are rushing toward the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself, and you feel the strength of humor fading from your soul as you dart towards the makeshift abomination. You pass into the golem's shell and overtake the soul implanted within, encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in this new vessel you are strong again. You step heavy-footed down corridors unheeded by the other constructs and scrutinized only by the very untrusty eye of the mad. Coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers and perverse implementations of animancy. You You set your oversized hand upon the large machine, nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Your surroundings are pulled past you, perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of crowds stacked high above you, tiered seats of amphitheater. You're acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still, but this is no play. A balding man with rodent-like features is strapping you to a machine, the one you had tampered with. You see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl, but this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination and same heartlessness as before. The body itself is cold and vague, unlike the others. This one has no soul of its own. The man speaks and the crowd applauds with the enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. "Bear witness," he says, and he pulls a lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow. The crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as crystal globe fills with radiant mist that casts the entire theater aglow. He opens a valve and the glow crawls through a tube along the length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be, for you have been leading his work astray periodically for some time, altering notes and setting and playing puppeteer for Hollowborn. But you make it look how people would expect to look when a body is infused with the soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. He looks back at the crowd. "Behold," he says, but there's obvious hesitation in his voice. Slowly you take a plodding step forward, then another and another. You look up to the man, giving him an eye contact of which no Hollowborn is capable, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. "How do you feel?" He asks at a volume meant for the crowd, but this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes towards you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe, and it shatters, streaking your head with warm blood. You drive your head down on the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panic screams from the crowd. By the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host. Who would put their faith in animancy now? It's pretty cool. Someone capable of soul jumping, sabotaging the research. You are pulled again from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper past betrayals and murders and lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle at last on a room you have seen before, expansive with tall devices encasing an other monolith at its center. The room is filled with people and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back to reality, and the once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There's no mistaking now that this is the soul, that it is the soul of the man who caused your awakening that gazes out from the burrowed husk. A watcher. I believe we share a common past. I'm looking for some answers. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems for a moment that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, then seems to think better of what he was about to say. His jaw tightens. I know your look. You hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul. It usurps your reason for being. You are like everyone. I will help you let go. He dodges backward with startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face there is no malice, only the dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then suddenly he slumps forward. Okay. Ho 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 ho. Whoa. The patience as well. And how this looks to the outside is that we talked our way into the North Ward and then slayed everyone. It's awesome. That is so awesome. Okay. There's Graham as well. Oh, jeez. I don't think there's a way to do this. I was thinking that could it be if I kill the constructs? And also I'm the other way around. they got the jump on me. So I am in a wrong position here, so I have to quickly reposition myself. Or try to. Thinking should I go lion form here?
Need something?
All right, the field triage actually. We can do the healing. Maybe I can still try to run. Nope.
Need something?
Okay, we will disengage. Not too bad. The Graham has that symbol there. Does that mean something? Okay. Let's pull crazed patient away from here. I think we need to kill this patient.
Ready, Watcher. Okay.
Yeah? How may I help?
Let's do the slicken so that they fall down. Knock down these constructs.
Need something?
Okay. Each mark will go down. They can't tank this many. Hey Aurelius, this playthrough is fully on YouTube, and this is being simulcast to both YouTube and so there's a playlist on YouTube with all the episodes. So it's already there. Like all my streams now, they are right after on YouTube. You can't find them on the video tab. You will find them on the live tab, but always look for the playlists and you can watch all. Wait, can we...
What?
Can we do the withdraw? Am I fast enough? Okay. Did I already kill Cram? I don't see Cram anymore. Oh no, Cram is here. They're down. Okay.
Ready, Watcher.
Okay, so I don't remember how long that lasts. "25 seconds. I think they can move while they are invisible. Let's go half speed here.
How may I help?
Well, shit. Guess we are fireballing.
Hey. Where's it wrong?
Oh, fuck. Tried to pull this guy off. There's the pull.
Hey.
Ready, Watcher.
Yeah? Lava beyond this.
A little bit sketchy. Let's put the coast up.
I'm here.
No, don't do that. Let's do that. This guy's coming around. So the radiance now.
Need something?
I've tried not to kill some of them, but I think it's just doesn't matter
Need
here.
something?
So we did a big lightning with Hiravias. And I got those guys down. Ada is doing a knockdown. We were able to save Itumark with the withdraw.
Yeah?
And I think this is starting to be in the back here.
They see him as
Idle man is a mage.
Mithun.
Why are you still taking damage? Well, great.
Right.
Let's strip them naked. Make it look like it was not us.
Hey,
These sounds are amazing. I love it. And I hate it. This game is pretty good. Okay. Can we check this guy's body? Nothing there. Bucket reeks. Oh, interesting. Why did you have... Why did you have such valuables in the pocket back in the sanitarium? That makes zero sense. Okay, do we need to fight everyone else as well? Are they like, what are you doing? You murdered everyone, and then all these, oh yeah, all these flesh contracts, at least in this place, are.
Quet they see him as me.
What?
Ready, Watcher.
Using the per encounter abilities here as much as I can.
Yeah?
Freeze them into place.
Quet they see him as me.
Okay.
I'll see what I can find.
Let's check at least Cram's place. Also, are we... Oh yeah. It's like we need to fight everyone. Fucking kidding me? Game is pausing because we spot this guy.
Quet they see him as me.
Oh crap. Don't go too far.
What? How may I help?
No, what are you doing?
Ready, Watcher.
These ones are in for a walloping!
Quet they see him as me.
So at least all these we need to fight, but are all the patients? Okay, I see some bodies in there.
Quet
That's that's no coincidence if this reminds you of Baldur's Gate, because that was very much the inspiration when they did this back 10 years ago. Oh yeah. Even the whites are out, and everyone is dead.
Hey.
Well, that is fantastic.
Quethe.
Shadow! Right.
Let's do the field triage here. Get some health back. Health.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Why was there Warhammer in the place where they keep the most insane? Someone's been planning this for quite some time, planting dangerous weapons around. Yeah, these sounds are almost on level of Darkest Dungeon.
Quethe.
Let's go! Ready, Watcher.
Trying to make a little bit of space here for others. I wish there was a way to kind of go around someone instead of automatically being disengaged. Maybe there is, but I haven't figured it out. There's at least one construct.
Hey.
Quethe.
Let's go! Shadow!
Blast!
All right then.
Nice and slow.
Did they kill Azad as well? Oh no, Azo. Azo is here. Azo is not crazy. Let's see what he says. What have you done? We could accuse them of mangling their souls. But why don't I have an option to tell them that their experiments have been sabotaged by whatever this is? Come on, game. Oh, this is a mistake. Like why is the only thing I can do is tell them how they have been doing some nasty experiments? Absolute horseshit, as Aleth would say. Let's see if I have option here to actually tell them that. Okay, there's an option. If it means a chance to stopping the legacy, then you have my silence. Why can't I tell this guy that he has been sabotaged?
Good, good. Then we have an understanding. I promise you I won't waste this opportunity.
What if the Hollowborn kept happening? What if generations upon generations dealt with this horror? If it could all be stopped by sacrificing a few Durburns on the altar of study, then I can't argue with his ethical accounting. We know that he is doing the right thing. And there's no option to say it out. Oh, that's so dumb. This sanitarium was so perfect. Until now. Maybe we can tell about the head warden and I'm raging too soon, but this is just in a game that seemed to have taken many things into account. This lady's gone. Well, he's obviously dead still. Bella Sage is alive. I'm getting out of here, it's not safe anymore! Oh, crap. Wait, was that one of the guards? What blazes happened down there? You were given permission to ask questions. It's complicated. Well, how about you try to explain, you stupid watcher? Well, it is complicated. A patient of yours, Uskarim, was working for the Leaden Key without knowing it. You finish your explanation and Ethelmore breaks his silence. I have read accounts of people in history who could do what you describe. The accounts are few and brief and never reliable. Some go as far as to suggest that they are all the same person. If truly such a person was here among us, plotting our ruin, would that I had a body again and could be of some real use in our time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I am grateful you were able to dispatch the threat before there was loss of innocent life. Well, there's about 10 dead there, so anyway, we were nearly had another scandal on our hands. What of Azo? What part did his experiments play in this catastrophe? Azo was only trying to help the patients. The Leaden Key took advantage of him. I should have known better than to isolate him. Of course, he would resort to deception. The wiser thing would be to allow his experiments with close oversight, of course. A mind like his must be allowed a chance to create. Okay.
Hey.
That went well. At least there was a hint there that we did explain everything to the head warden, so I'm somewhat happy about that. But now it's been 2 hours, so let's take a break. Let's take a break and continue from here. Probably going to Maybe we'll visit the catacombs to kind of see about the voice from the past before we get to these other main quest things. One of them leads us out to Deerford Village, so let's do stuff here first. And we have other things here in Defiance Bay as well. But let's take that break here, and I will see you all in just a moment. Right, welcome back. Welcome back to Pillars of Eternity, where we just went through the sanitarium section of Act 2. And I did forget to mention in the beginning that for anyone who has joined, just to catch up this one, this playthrough is blind.
Of course. Gods keep you.
Ooh, who is this? Oh, Dundred Messenger. I was looking for Dundred. This playthrough is blind from this Act 2 forward, so everything we are experiencing now, this is new to me. You are summoned to Hatred's house, where Lady Webb wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. I need to talk to you guys. Not much you can do in these parts without Lady Webb knowing about it. At least that's what I'd always heard. Guess it's true. How did you know where to find me? Well, it's Lady Webb. She knows everything. Everything? Tell me about Lady Webb. Do you not know Lady Webb? She's, well, no one's seen her exactly in a long time, but she's the mistress of Dundred. Ah, okay. Has been as long as anyone can remember. He pauses, eyeing passers-by with suspicion. Quietly, he continues. She's supposed to be old, older than anybody, and she never leaves her room. Some say she's wasted away and she's just a pile of bones kept animated by dark magics. She's still at it, best anyone can tell, learning things, keeping us safe. Pulling the strings behind the throne too, it said. Has a ring of ciphers doing her bidding, telling her everything that goes on. If you're wrong in this country, before you go asking the gods for forgiveness, best you ask Lady Webb first. There's a what's Dundred Row. A whole mess of ciphers run out of Hatred's house. They make it their business to keep the peace. Ah, right, so Dundred Row is not a place. It's just like the Leaden Key, it's organization. But they don't like you to see them do it. Problem in this city have a way of going away on their own. When that happens, you can make a pretty good guess as to why. Where can I find Hatred House? It's just over there, my lady. The southwest corner of Brackenbury.
Hey.
It was exactly the place I was looking for that one side quest. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. As you near the apparition, you are overcome suddenly by a powerful anxiety that sits like a stone in your stomach. The feeling is not quite real, the recollection of an emotion rather than emotion itself. It wrenches your inside nevertheless. The apparition's brow is tensed, look of concern plain across his face. The other missionaries
say you have been neglectful of your duties.
I'm sorry. My mind has been elsewhere.
Oh? And what troubles you?
The pain in your stomach deepens, and you feel for a moment as though you're about to be sick. Your mouth has gone dry. There should be some indication that there's about to be voice acting. Especially for me, who's reading them aloud. Forgive me, Eminence. I wish to leave the order. The man folds his fingers together and presses them to his mouth, thoughtful.
You have been an apt student, and your convictions have inspired those around you. May I ask what has changed to make you feel this way?
The people we intended to convert, they committed unspeakable acts, sacrifice, mutilations. The apparition exhales slowly and its lips pressed together, sympathetic rapport in its eyes. Place its hand on your shoulder.
These are the ways of the heathen world.
Surely the guards would do better to destroy us all and start anew.
Perhaps they would. It may come to that one day. This is why we must not fail. The heathens are beyond the gods' reach. They do not know better. We are tasked with delivering them to the gods, so that the gods may heal their souls.
Is such a thing possible?
I have seen it with my own eyes. You will see it too, if you choose to remain. There is no greater calling than the one we have chosen. Neither words, nor wealth, nor battle will end this suffering. Only the gods. Will you give them that chance?
The knot in your stomach seems to loosen all at once, and the anxiety is replaced with something else entirely. Something warm and soothing, and it is something you know you can never repay. As the vision fades, you start to become cognizant of the many odd looks aimed in your direction. Your last response echoes in your mind. I will. No comment from the companions this time. The marble at the base has been worn smooth by the passage of hundreds of feet.
Hey.
100 agents. Corin's wasting his time with those disappearances.
Hey.
How do you do?
The Orlan man is surrounded by books and scrolls. There's been very many Orlan men and women. I'm kind of happy I chose Orlan myself. You carry whispers, guide Nua, gilded whale, old voices indeed. So if we were Cypher, we would know something. How did you know? As a Cypher, it's my job to know these things. You carry the whiff of ancients. What else can you tell me? Not as much as I would like, unfortunately. My duties for Lady Web require me to focus on my talents elsewhere. What are you so busy with? Hollowborn, growing unrest and ever-present political intrigues with so many missing souls, missing persons are the least of our concerns these days. Well, I was invited here by Lady Web. Forgive me, she doesn't take many visitors, but the ones she does invite are fascinating lots. I've always marveled at her choices, nothing in common to my eyes, but her sight is far keener than mine. I wonder what it is she sees. Her room is upstairs, the one with the guards out front. The city may not understand her value, but the dog certainly does. It looks as though you could use some help. So many secrets and trails in this city. You have to but turn a corner to find a fresh trace of something stolen or some missing. He flicks an ear. Unfortunately, we haven't had time to investigate them all. I'm supposed to be working on other matters, but my mind still lingers on a few recent cases. Curse of a Cypher to be ruled by the whims of curiosity. Tell me about the cases. One case or three, depending on how you look at it. He taps his clawed fingers together. 3 weeks and a disappearance at the end of each. Some might call it coincidence, I call it clue. Lady Web knows you, trusts you, so I shall trust you too, so long as our interests are aligned. I'll look into it. Where should I start? Just like one of those Valian whodunits. Read a few of those on the road helps pass time. He grins, razor-tipped teeth showing between his lips. Copper Lane, Undress Gift and Brackenbury, of course, to talk to the ones who reported the disappearances. The only ones who know enough to care. Laura, Ollie and Elga. So who's missing? 2 men, 1 woman. Ledry, Kendall and Cora. Did you find any leads? Not yet. No obvious connection between the victims, which is what makes me wonder too. Wonder so. He runs his hand along the length of our ear. Could be animancy related. Researchers always need subjects, the less scrupulous types in particular. Seems too risky for the sanitarium, but one never knows. I wouldn't put it past them. Talk first to the people who reported our victims missing. Maybe you will catch something. Missed. Lendry. Best ask Ollie. Seems they drank together at Salty Mast in Undress Gift. Also, seem no one else knew him well enough to miss him. What about Kendall? Reported missing by Elka, dwarf who carried traces of fine wine and young dandies. Plenty of time and money to spend on her pleasures. Try Brackenbury. What about Cora? Sister of Laura. One of the merchants in the Copper Lane Bazaar. Not the kind of person who would just disappear, it seems. Laura and Cora, I like it. Okay. Your skills. Okay. The final act. We would also here like to find out if a knight named Benhelm somehow forged a document. So basically, if these guys don't know anything about Benhelm, then he has actually not gone through the investigation for the purity of soul. There are no secrets in Defiance Bay, not while we're around. All this is stealing. Fixed to the wall are leads in a case involving apparently a caravan that disappeared en route to New Hilmar. These guys are like... there was a mention of these guys. They are like... not everyone likes them, but they are like investigators because of their abilities. What are you doing, sir? You could have just asked me to move. Stealing. Some of these vintages are even older than Defiance Bay. Found the wine cellar. Let's go talk to Lady Web. Pictures of all manner of folk are pinned on this board alongside notes scribbled in an indecipherable shorthand. Agents, agents, agents. Lady Web will see you now. Okay. She has a body. So the rumors are not necessarily all true. This woman clutches a thick stack of parchment with spindly, wrinkled fingers, their flesh stretched thin to near translucence with extreme age. A gossamer veil over pale blue veins, ink splotches and candle burns dot stripe her hands like guilt patterned after some great indescribable truth. She does not look up from her reading.
So, the messenger conveyed my summons. A miracle that would make the reincarnation of Aothis look like a child's cantrip, surely. It doesn't draw the most inspired minds, messaging. They failed me so many times of late, I nearly sent a cipher after you instead. So this is the Watcher who took over Cad Noir. Oh, don't look so surprised. It isn't an attractive expression. I wouldn't be where I am for long if I let details like that escape me.
This is exactly what I would picture Aloth's mother to be like.
And this fiasco in the sanitarium that you seem to have gotten yourself into the middle of. What in blazes possessed you to stir that nest of trouble?
I'm investigating a strange group.
Strange does not begin to describe them. The practices of the Leaden Key defy all reason. You're not the only one with an interest in their recent activities. I've lost 4 ciphers this year alone trying to get someone inside their ranks. As it is, we only have our suspicions about who is in the group and what they intend, which I suppose means we have much in common with them. I asked you here because I wanted to know what your interest was in all of this. I thought perhaps we might help each other. Why are you looking for the Leaden Key?
One of their members caused my soul to awaken. I don't know, like all this is why does my character insist in reversing this thing? So far there has not been bad consequences of it. So I like the first part of this sentence, but not the other parts. I guess I will still say it. She closes her eyes and the lids flicker. Then her face goes still, and her mouth parts little more than a sliver, and her hand briefly drops open, spilling some of her parchment to the ground, pages buffling around her legs like the leaves of dying tree. Her fleshy eyelids peel back, and her gaze is immediately upon you.
The gods are cruel, I'm afraid. The man you seek is Theos Ix Arcanon, Grand Master of the Leaden Key. One of the most elusive and dangerous men Eora has ever known.
What else can you tell me about Theos?
More than most, though very few would know so much as his name. And there is no way of knowing how much of what I've read is true. The Leaden Key dates back more than 2,000 years. If rumors are to be believed, Theos was the one who created it. What scraps of evidence exist suggest that he has died many times, only to be reborn each time exactly the same man, awakened during adolescence with all the knowledge and experience of all his lifetimes. The plots he orchestrates sometimes take hundreds of years to bear fruit. Needless to say, this is not the natural order of things. But he is said to be one of Woodica's favored, and that old bat was never one to let rules get in the way of favoritism. That may also explain another supposed gift of his. His body is no boundary to his soul, and he is known to take possession of others, if their souls are weak enough. Often it is for elaborate deceptions, but sometimes he simply forces them to kill themselves. He is not known for his generous supply of pity.
So that's why he was able to do it in the sanitarium. That was kind of a perfect place for him to do that.
He is also not one to show himself in any but their most critical matters. If he has directly involved himself in whatever the group plots now, it may be your only chance to find him. And once you do find him, if you can find him, I would not hold my hopes too high if I were you. He is a driven, single-minded man. He will not have the slightest concern for your problems.
What else is there to know about the Leaden Key?
Precious little, I'm afraid. You may know much of it already. No one member knows the identity of more than a handful of other members. They are kept in the dark of missions they are not involved in, or sometimes of those they are involved in. They exist to hide secrets they themselves don't know, if you can imagine how gullible someone must be for that to appeal. Despite that, they are very good at what they do, owing much to their founder, who will take matters into his own hands when necessary, and he does not fail.
What do you want from me?
Keep me informed. The Leaden Key has been busy lately, and that is distressing news. I can only guess as to what they intend. You seem to have a knack for turning the stones they've crawled beneath. Keep turning them. Dunreed Row will not stop you.
Dunreed Row. Okay.
Whatever it is they're up to, figuring it out will be of great use to both of us. In your case, it will surely point you to Theos. In return, I will share our knowledge with you as we learn it, and provide you with what assistance I can.
Very well.
If you find your trail has run cold, come to me with whatever you have. There is much I may be able to do for you.
Well, there is already something I can tell you about it.
Well, let's hear it.
I found Thaus in Brackenbury Sanitarium impersonating a patient. He was trying to damage the public's opinion of animals.
Forgive me, it is unlike Theos to leave witnesses. He must be furious. He did not aid you as you'd hoped, I take it? Well, take heart. With any luck, when he has finished his business, he will surely come and find you again, if only to kill you while you sleep. This news of yours makes sense, of course. To dabble in animancy is to puzzle over the secrets of the gods. This would not be the Leaden Key's first action against it. But if this is connected to their other activities, we may be in for something on a much larger scale. If we can learn more about their goals and methods, perhaps we can get the palace behind us. With Avar's support, we may be able to put a stop to this.
Okay. I think right now it doesn't make any sense to ask these questions, but I kind of want to listen to her a little bit more.
Because you have seen his face, and that makes it a simple matter for me to see it. You even happened to catch him in his ceremonial garb, it seems. It must have been a special occasion.
How do you know so much about Thaus?
The same way I come by all my knowledge. Exhaustive research, spying, bribery, perhaps some less savory measures. Whatever the knowledge demands, I pay in full. There is nothing of greater value. Unfortunately, with Theos, there is also nothing more scarce. He has covered his tracks far too well. His manipulations of the course of history are lost to time now, though I believe they were many. Yes?
Tell me more about Dunreed Row.
All the things there are to know in this world, and you ask me about work. Deerwood is a rebel country. Conflict is in its blood. If you think a few guards posted in our cities keep chaos at bay, you are very new to town indeed. We are Deerwood's cipher investigators, of course. But what we really are is its last barrier against anarchy. People are more at ease when they believe they are watched over by someone more enlightened than they are. It pacifies them. So that is the image we foster. And we do try to be enlightened for their sake. The knowledge we gather here is Deerwood's standing army in many ways. We learn what's vital and we act on it while Deerwood sleeps, blissfully unaware of the terrifying truths all around them. I wish I could tell people the things I know sometimes, but the truth is I don't think many of them could bear it.
How do you come to be here?
Me? I started this place, in a different time, under a different Duke. I impressed the Duke with my research and my work ethic, and he became possessed of the notion that I would be ideal to lead a secret network of gifted investigators. I don't know how such an idea got into his head.
She winks. Also, not very secret, I guess. How old are you? Is that an appropriate question to ask here? You wicked women, where are your manners? Were you raised without a shred of decency?
I lost count ages ago. Such a strange thing to celebrate, getting closer to death. Oh, I've had my share of work done to prolong my existence, if that's what you're wondering. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not done here. There are things I still wish to learn. And I'll be the effigy if I let Bereth carry me off before I'm through. There was a time when I considered enlisting the theorems of Pondgrum to extend my life indefinitely. I found the thought of devouring my political enemies to sustain my own life greatly appealing. I must have gone soft with age.
Are you psychic?
If you are hoping I can look at your hand and tell you whom you should marry, you can just wipe that notion from your mind. I do not know what will happen tomorrow. That is what I pay spies for. Being a cipher is not unlike being a watcher. You notice more about what is already there. Many can hold an object and know where it's been, or peer into the thoughts of people around them. They can also sometimes affect those thoughts, but that would be unethical, of course. A tiny, talented few pick up so much about the world around them, they can get images of things to come, but these are fleeting and unreliable.
You said you don't know what will happen tomorrow.
Who said I was talented? I don't. Least not that I can trust. And with me, it's only ever about one thing anyway.
What's that?
A quiet day at home.
Is there a Lord Webb?
There was.
What's happened to him?
He believed in dying with dignity. He was old-fashioned that way, my husband. We saw the world very differently, he and I. But he was good to me while he lasted. Yes?
I think that's it for now, Lady Webb. This was a pleasure.
Try your best not to die out there.
That's a good advice.
Hey.
Looks like I can't look at her things. Morning circle added. Let's see what's happening in here. There's a quest we can send. We can send either Kana or Grieving Mother to it. 15% experience. We'll send Grieving Mother for that one. Morning circle seems like a one for her. Are we building? Finished in 9 hours. Okay, so we can't build other stuff in the stronghold yet.
I'll see what I can find.
Nice and slow.
So we have this investigation now. Find missing persons. Initial suspicion that they would be connected. So we might find Ilka here in Brackenbury. I think somehow getting to Heritage Hill is the one, but still here. I would like to find out about this. He believes his rival might have forged the document. So maybe actually for this one I need to steal the document and then bring it here, because there was no, there's no option for me to talk about that.
Hello.
Alright, Nidendir, you have a good work day.
Hey.
See you again. Yeah, I think I need to go visit visit the Citadel. There has not been reason for me to go to the other two houses. So I'm not gonna. Noble. Maybe they are here. Gods keep you. Did I go to the basement? There's no real reason to do it. Of course, I guess it's possible that there would be. be rooms there as well. Elka. Oh. Wait, what is this place? Seeing that window open caught my curiosity. Seems like that's a way to get into back room, but I really have no reason to start climbing in houses I don't know anything about. So we can come here with an idea that we are looking for Elka. Let's go to the Lord. Ledger lists quantities of wheat, copper, and wool.
Hail and well met.
If you have business to discuss, make an appointment with my attendants. I don't have time for unexpected visitors. Well, let's respect that. Raymond's servants.
Hey.
Yeah, right. Right now we really have no reason to come here. But Father never reads to me. He's always busy with his own books.
Hey.
Aw. That's a shame. Okay. Begging you, pardon, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to return downstairs. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Yep, we have no reason to be here.
Hey, Olaf, can I, talk to your, your friend? What is it about Isilmir? I'm right here, you know. No, you're both great. It's just, well, I feel like I don't get to spend as much time with her, and she's just so funny. I mean, some of the things she says are not nearly as funny when you've been hearing them for 50 years. Of course.
It's just, I like Matthew Mercer a lot, and as a voice actor, as part of the critical role, and I just find it hilarious of him talking to himself. As both Ada and Olaf are voice acted by him. Yeah, so this is the one house we haven't been to. Again, I don't really have a reason to be here, but we are looking for a person, and we don't have the whereabouts, so I'm using that as a reasoning to go into these houses.
How do you do?
I'm just here to loot the place and kill anyone in my way. What the hell? I like that as an option, but no. Tell me about the house Dominal. It's an old and respected family. Much of this fine space prosperity is due Dominal's business activities. Guess that's it. Option buster. Hey, hello. I'll leave.
Next time we get the chance, I'm buying you a pint. That means a lot, Adair.
How do I
You want one too?
hold focus in these
Sorry, I meant
games?
for Isselmere. I'll get you one too.
I like to take things slow. That's the messenger. Who was this?
Hail, traveler.
Wait, who is this? Woman stands in the shade of the garden muttering to herself. But I so busy bit. I'm studying soul attachment. We all know that souls move into people at birth and out of them at death. We still have a lot of questions about what makes them stick, so to speak. What do you mean about making them stick? Souls power bodies and give them tissues life, but only when they're firmly attached. Separation that leads you to a whole spate of soul-related ailments, including the hollowborn. But if we understood how to reattach souls, we could end Waitman's legacy. Maybe even conquer death. That's the theory anyway. Unfortunately, I don't have all the research I need to put in practice. What exactly do you need? There's a manuscript called Theorems of Bandkram. It contains research from Bandkram's experiments on detached souls. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries is rumored to have a copy in the Elder Archives. The theorems could advance my research by leaps and bounds, but Grimda, the High Archivist, worships Vile, which means she has some paradoxical views on sharing and restricting knowledge. And since she's not exactly a proponent of animancy, she tends to restrict the kinds of information that would be useful to me. Maybe she could be persuaded? You're welcome to try, but you wouldn't be the first. Look at me spilling my troubles. It's kind of you to listen, but I should really get back to my work. I guess we can ask them about themselves. I'm an animancer at the sanitarium. Currently I'm researching matters related to Waitman's legacy. Tell me more about legacy. Waitman's legacy refers to the rise in hollowborn children in the Durwood in recent years. Some have also connected it to so-called biowags that flow through Air Clanwath. There's hardly any reliable data on those though, so I can't really comment. I don't much care for the term Waitman's legacy. It reeks of superstition, and it's too prevalent to change at this point. Personally, I'd like to see people take more methodical approach to these matters rather than throwing up their hands and blaming the gods. Don't think Deerwoodens would see too much fun in that. Tell me more about these theorems of Bandkram. Bandkram was an animancer working in Deerwood. He had some interesting theories about essence and some rather innovative techniques for studying it. He was able to reattach souls to bodies after death, although he wasn't able to prevent his patients from degenerating. He was controversial to say the least, but many are starting to realize he was merely ahead of his time. What do you mean about degenerating? Well, there seems to be a tiny problem with reattaching souls after death. The bodies will reanimate and may even retain memories and personality, but they develop a hunger for flesh, living soul-infused flesh. Tiny problem. Without it, they start to devolve, decaying mentally and physically. If the process goes too far, which it eventually does, they become mindless corpses, attacking anything that moves. We haven't figured out a way to avoid that. And you wonder why Crimbra won't share this research with you. That does sound like necromancy. Nonsense! Necromancy is magic, this is science. She emphasized the last word. Tell me about Hall of Revealed Mysteries. Find it in Copper Lane district. We did visit that library. What are the Elder Archives? holds the rarest, most arcane, most powerful text in Deerwood. Needless to say, you need Grimdar's permission to enter. And why doesn't she lend you the books? She hates animancing. Some knowledge is best kept under lock and key. Alright, Nedin. That was interesting side quest, picking it up from the streets. I have not seen Elka. Oh, there they are. I wish this, like especially, I understand this kind of, let's say, fog of war when I'm in the battles, but I think it makes no sense that I don't see here when I'm standing here. So it was actually a little bit difficult for me to find her, even that obviously we could see. And we just have to pretend that we got some description of Elka, because we obviously don't know her name, role-playing wise, but anyway.
Hail, traveler.
Right, I don't have time just now. Was there yelling? What was that yelling about that apparently my character heard? You shouldn't go nosing into other people's conversations. No, but I'm investigating Kendall's disappearance. That little Orlan finally got serious about this case, eh? Let's be diplomatic. Don't redraw is strapped for reasons at the moment, so Corinne sent me. Well, I'm glad someone's on it. She rolls her eyes. Anyway, I'll tell you whatever I can. What do you need to know? Tell me about Kendall. What's to tell? He was a pretty young lad. Not the brightest of the bunch, but always pleasant company. What do you know, Kendall? We met up from time to time over the past few months. It was just a fling, really. Wasn't going to last. She was a little fool, but a sweet little fool. So what was Kendall doing before he disappeared? The worst blazing rendition of the general speech from the Widow of the Wood that I've heard. I love that fellow, but he was a tragic failure, yet somehow he managed to get in with an acting troupe. Ah, we need to go talk to the acting troupe. When or where did you last speak to Kendall? A week ago, he came back to my house for a bit of fun. Afterwards, we fell asleep, and when I woke up, he was gone. No note, nothing. Have you noticed anything different about Kendall lately? He started hanging out with a bunch of actors. Seemed alright, except for that woman. The woman with her long, willowy legs and slender arms always came around wearing those low-cut dresses and impossible shoes. What's her name? I don't know. I never cared to learn it. I didn't realize it might be important. If you think any more, you know where I'll be.
Hey.
Okay. We know about acting group, it is in Copper Lane. Copper Lane, but we could visit the brothel in Ondra's Gift to talk to Ollie. And then in Copper Lane, we can go to the archives. If we learn about Lead and Key, that's kind of ongoing one. And then we need to visit the Citadel. To the brothel we go. We didn't visit the salty mast. Call for interested patrons. Admet's Den Expedition Hall pledges competent, proven men and women towards... Oh, we already went there. We will go to a brothel strictly for quest-based reasons. Totally. That looks like something that triggers the Watcher abilities, someone's soul. Up. Grab his purse and go. This man's fancy clothes are ripped, blood flows from the fresh cut above his eyes. He tries to push himself up, but his arm's shaking. He winces painfully. Let's help him up. My head. Can't believe they just attacked you in the middle of the streets. Neither can I. It's a rough part of town. The rebels never been violent. Even a night with Ikali isn't worth this. Oops.
Hey.
Wrong key. So I guess I can't find those guys who attacked. I can't track them. Okay, but I was just about to go to that corner. Just about to go to this corner because that looks like one of these soul things. Wait, I'm gonna walk there in the water? Oh, I thought this was I thought this water was a little bit deeper. Okay. A young boy's corpse lies at your feet, half covered in dirt and seaweed. His hands are stiffened around a dagger. A soul lingers nearby, something confused and lost in the seaside fog. As you reach for the soul, it lashes out. Knowing mist strikes in the air around you, the soul can't touch you. But you feel it burn with feeble, uncontrolled rage. It's okay, I'm here to help you. The soul flickers, it ripples toward you timidly at first. As it whirls around you, you experience wonder, fear, and the joy of running between the ships at noon. With a jolt, it pulls you into the streets around the salty masts. Women with painted faces weave between men stumbling in and out of the lamplight. Father's gone in for a drink, just like always. He said he'd only be a few minutes, but it's been hours. The man guarding the door only laughed when you tried to explain this. There's always a back door. In an alley, two men have cornered a woman. Her cheeks are streaked with tears. She's backed against the wall and looking away. They're inching closer. You step forward, the men barely acknowledge you, but the woman looks at you, a plea in her eyes. You've seen that look in Abuse Trace. In your hollow-born sister, that time father took her from the splintering cradle and to the filled masturbation. You were brave that day. Knife in the thug's belt, it's in your hands, and now it's in his thigh. You're small and fast, but not fast enough. Fingers bite into your arm and muddy boots sails toward your face. Then everything is muffled by cold, brackish water. The soul retreats from you, it pulses with question. You died. You need to understand this to move on. Darren's soul absorbs these thoughts and ebbs into ocean mists around the dock. Young boy's corpse lies at your feet, half covered in dirt and seaweed. His hands have stiffened around the dagger. Right, I said the same thing. Let's take the dagger. Small hands are rigid in death, but you pry the dagger free. It looks too large and too expensive to have belonged to him. The letter B is carved into the pommel. Brave Darren. Darren, little boy, went to try to save a woman. And got killed in return. So maybe there's something we can do. Teach this bee a lesson.
Nice and quiet.
Can we find something in here if we search? Not exactly sure which is this considered back alley where it happened. So. I dare you to ask them.
Nothing like this in Gilded Vale. Just Wallaruna the milkmaid. She knew what she was doing. Overfried cod, watered ale, and prostitution. A bastion of Deerwooden culture.
Visit new lands, see the sights. I do love travel.
Now to find a home for my other staff.
Who said the first line? Oh, it was Hiravias, but it was not voiced. I dare you to ask them how much it would cost for 2 ladies at once and willing to copulate with a giant rat. If the answer is less than 1,000 pound, I'm in.
Hey.
Find a home for my other staff. Oh, jeez. Durans.
Well met, friend.
The Aumaua woman watches you suspiciously. I don't see mere outfitted like you who aren't looking for trouble. You aren't looking for trouble, are you? What kind of trouble are you having? The kinds that's bad for business. Local roadies have taken to harassing my hard-working boys and girls, and our customers. They start showing up after this rash of hollowborn, and they've been driving my regulars away. Yeah, because of benevolent too. There aren't too many who care about what happens in places like the Gift. But word is you're an exception. The nights are too busy sniffing around the dock ever to bother with us commoners, and it's just as soon not to deal with the bureaucracy anyway. How can I help? These thugs tend to roam in groups, which suggests to me that these aren't random incidents. You put a stop to these attacks and I'll find a real nice way to thank you. Got me? She winks. Well, if you aren't interested in the reward, I'll solve the problem myself. Shut up, Hiravias. I do have questions. What do you know about these attacks? She waves hand at the door. You only have to step outside to see it yourself. Those thugs out there are just waiting to cause trouble for anyone coming in and going. Maybe they would have let you pass, however. Tell me about your business. It's not doing as well as I'd like with all this trouble. I run an honest enterprise, just trying to give folks a little rest and relaxation. You help me out and I'll see about getting you a special discount. Okay, let's talk about something else. Right, I think there's an option for hirelings. This basically just acts as an inn as well. Can you show me your... Actually, first tell me about the place. I thought that was clear as crystal waters below the docks. This here is the Salty Mast, the most famous house of pleasure in Defiance Bay. We got drinks, beds and a good company to help you enjoy both. Of course, the club for refined and prestigious gentlemen is upstairs. You'll find several of the hardest working boys and girls in Defiance Bay up there too. Can I see what you have? Mainly think I could dump some stuff here that we have collected along the way. The fights. While at it. You don't need supplies. Savory pie. You know what? Let's buy some pie. Hire hirelings. They have rooms. Don't need any of those right now. Oh, we can change in at the inns as well. That's cool. Supply and demand. Okay, but we were looking for... Ollie. Big Dermsy.
All right, then.
Tulips. Do I want to know where that nickname comes from? There's Ollie. The man is at the table by himself, but he constantly glances at the opposite bench as if waiting for someone. He reeks of alcohol and he moves with the torpor of someone who's gotten used to spending most of his time drunk. Stable's taken, find another. He spreads his elbows on the wood and pulls his drink between them. I got questions about Lendring. What is it to you? Lendry was your friend. The least you can do is answer a few questions. Yeah, fine. You don't have to get all small clothes and not about it. So, what was it you were wanting with Lendry? Tell me about him. He spent most of his time here, drinking with me. Tells you enough, doesn't it? He didn't volunteer details and I didn't ask. But he had a working man's hands and a working man's taste for drink. When was the last time you saw Lendry? Where? Right here, getting drinks with me. Just like we have every night for the last 5 years. You couldn't actually tell you much about him, but I think it'd be perfect. Prefer it that way. It's probably why we got on so well. Plenty of things we didn't talk about. Anyway, I remember that night because he said things were finally turning around. He was going to find a steady job, clean up, have another crack at the respectable life. I told him, in that case, he could buy the drinks. That's when she showed up. Who's this woman you're talking about? A real fancy lady. Name's Lumdala. I don't remember much these days, but I remember her. Usually you have to pay a month's copper to spend time with a woman like that, but Lumdala, she was falling over Lendry that night, left with him too. So where did Lendry and Lumdala go? She said they were going to see some thrilling performance. If you ask me, they had their own plans to perform that night. She just said they had to pick something up at her house in Copper Lane first. Some cozy little place by the northern gate. Even a drunk like me knows what that means. For what it's worth, she said she earns her coin over at amphitheater in Copper Lane. That's where she said they were going to see their show. Maybe someone there saw him. Right. Let me know if you find him, yeah? Because that bastard owes me a round if he's found the good life. Okay.
Alright then.
So we need... Everything's pointing to the... Everything's pointing to the artist troop. I think we will return here. Merely for quest reasons, obviously. No, we will come back, have a good time. But we have people to help first. Okay. Can we do something about these guys? Someone is organizing them. Do you see anything? Oh, there's Thux. What have we here? Another tourist in the gift. Let's give her a proper welcome. I will try the talking approach. I'm afraid you're missing the point, friend. Well, I will show you one point. Okay. Is anyone looking particularly dangerous?
Quit.
Just trying to stop one of them right away. Throw my guy in there. Go for this one. These thugs messed with the wrong part.
Yes?
Yeah?
Ready, Watcher.
Hey.
Yes?
What? Okay. So we just left those. Oh. That's not what I wanted to do, stupid Eder. Jeez.
How may I help?
He was there holding the line just well. And decided that that's, I'll just leave now.
Ready, Watcher.
Trying to reposition these guys a little bit because this guy was about to get Durance.
Hey.
Quethe silmes mitum.
Yeah, that really didn't really make sense for them to attack our full party, but let's not argue. Ooh, rusty bronze key. One of them may have evidence of a larger plot. Drop the key that looks like it belongs to a house in Nondra's gifts.
Hey.
We have a pretty good eye for things. Ramshackle house.
All right.
Let's go find what the key's for.
Hey.
Some cocoa. What is that? Mushrooms.
Hey.
It's a trading company. Is the trader man?
Greetings.
What do you have to say? Ooh, yes, some interesting magical things. And scrolls. Potions. All kinds of things. And a cat and a dog. Aww.
Of course.
God's damn that son of a cool.
Yep. There you are. It's one of the companions. I know her face.
Want to run a down on its luck Valiant Trading Company? If you have more than half a brain, you could really do something with it. As long as you're willing to clean up a few bloodstains.
So what's going on exactly?
Exactly. If I knew that, I'd be in a better mood. The only thing I know exactly is that Mestre Verzano is determined to wind up in a grave before the season turns.
The woman looks back at the warehouse for a moment and grimaces. After a slight nod in your direction, she storms off.
Hey.
We have no business in the Walian. We don't have a business here yet, but kind of I know that she's a companion. I think it's the only one missing from the main game that I'm aware of. Okay, this one is the one that opens with the key, so we should expect trouble here. Okay.
How do you do?
Ivra wears a defiant expression and sturdy yet battered suit of armor. She seems to bear each scratch and ding with pride. You don't look like one of the knights. Can I help you with something? Who are you? I'm Ivra, lieutenant with the dozens. She taps her dented breastplates. The last fighting force in Defiance Bay that remembers what it means to be Durwoden. Unfortunately, I'm the only one who seems to care about the way May's squeezing the locals. Wait, was May the one who's running the Salty Mast? I think they are. I'm here about the trouble at Salty Mast. Ordinary Kith are angry, as they should be with that crooked Aumaua toting up the nobles. She's using the treachery of Wadeware's legacy to line her pockets. She's no better than Neodir's overlords we drove out 200 years ago. Okay, this is the first time I don't agree with the dozens. Like, what the fuck? People around here know you to be an honest broker. May's made it only the rich can afford her establishment, and she sits in the poorest district in Defiance Bay. How's that fair? She's running a business. We're taking matters into our own hands, but she's the real criminal here. Why don't you go tell her to back down? I think it's probably the first time I'm going with the aggressive option, because that's just violence has to stop. Not sure if I go with that option though. No, I'm with May. Violence has to stop. I'm unfortunately don't have intelligence 15. I'm sorry you see that way, so she's gonna attack them. Fucking assholes, morons. Moron.
Yes?
Ready, Watcher.
So put our guys in the corner. So you need to stay there to stop that one guy. We take this one. Use them.
Hey.
Knock her down.
Aye?
Ready, Watcher.
Man, I wish I had a shortcut to select everyone else but Eder. So I always accidentally select Eder when I'm moving everyone else around. And then accidentally... Actually, I only need to select these guys.
I'm here.
Mercy, please. We do have an option to take prisoners. I'm finishing you now. Okay, fine. You're my prisoner now. I think that's just part of the stronghold that we can take prisoners.
Of course.
But yeah, that's yeah. That's a little questionable from the dozens. Like if they don't agree with how someone is pricing their business, in this case a brothel, and they justify that to start attacking people on the streets who go there, attacking the nobles. Doesn't really sound like a way of protecting the city or protecting the people.
Of course.
In a way that it just seems that they are not really fond of the nobles. Also, thanks Tuko for the resub, 15 months. Appreciate it. Something just popped up, I think that was the stronghold. Let's see. I think I will go for the tower. Basically just going for the ones that give most rewards. Yeah, we're not too far from building everything there. I mean, there was probably a way to do this peacefully. Just go and negotiate the prices down. But that was not an option in their mind.
Welcome.
I've taken the ringleader prisoner. The thugs won't be bothering you anymore. That's good enough for me. Should take some coppers and enjoy yourself. Minor positive for Defiance Pay. And if you choose to have your fun here, enjoy my special discounts. Someone's given you the talk, right? Because Kalu's the one who handles it with our children. But if no one's ever explained to you... No, just what can I do for a comely lass like yourself? I'm just thinking here that can we, if we use the services of the brothel, is it restricted to us, or can we have our companions have some? Okay, they have one special lady for Sorel. Can you tell me about Sorel? Must be new in town, dearie. She's the only most sought after girl in the district. You want to spend time with her, just ask. She's 1,000 for the night, but she's worth every pound, so they tell me.
Hey.
Someone did mention... Someone did mention her at some point. Maybe. The last place we had, that was in Copper Lane, and also there was the house in Copper Lane we could go look for thing, but as everything is pointing out to the... Oh wait, who's this guy? Hooded figure leans against the wall. When he notices you draw near, he stands upright and raises his hand to halt your approach. If you know the words, speak them and you can do business. If not, then we are done speaking. I know words. I don't know how I know these words. But I will say them. Ik nipe on eldfeon. I apologize for the unpleasantries. I am Current, the midnight merchant, as some would say. I don't remember how we learned about this guy. Ideally insensitive oh no, wait, was it one in the bazaar who told about them? Precautions must be taken. Now let us do business. They're selling gems. Interesting. Only gems. Black markets. Would this be a place where I could sell? Where I could sell things. I will finish this playthrough with like 100 gems in my inventory. I just know it's already.
Hey.
Interesting. Black market dude. We have quite a lot of lockpicks. Like we have was about to say shit ton, but where are they? We have 21 lockpicks. We haven't run into some. On the other hand, when we are opening the things, it is based on. It is based on. Like the level, how many lockpicks we broke before we get them. Lumdala's house. Right. We know it was Lumdala's house before we even learned about Lumdala. That's how the game map spoils things. Also, we should go back to the catacombs to talk to that one guy. Maybe we do that first. It's probably gonna lead into a fight. And just remember, there was a lot of traps. Going that way.
I'm on the trail.
Could I have Could I have this like custom formation where I would change in a way that Aloth is in closer here. Would that be enough to see the traps? Still have Aether in the front. Alright, we saw the traps already. Right, never mind. Let's stick to the one we know.
Hey.
Okay. I expect this one to go. This one to be
Yeah?
violence.
Yes?
Ready, Watcher.
Did you find my grimoire? Well, we didn't kill Mordred. I opened Mordred's chest, if that's what you mean. Tell me everything. The look on his face, the sound of his screams. I want to bask in every glorious detail. Do we want to tell all the details? She tore him to pieces. I'm not sure which was louder, his agonizing cries or cracking bones. Helic bursts into laughter, spewing bilious fluid. He dances a halting, awkward caper before settling his mad eyes on you again. I doubt I've ever had this much fun ever, even in life. And now your reward. You asked for Rowena, and here she is, small enough to carry with you. She was a formidable warrior, and now her soul is a formidable talisman. It served me well these years, but I've moved on to bigger and better things. With what? She ripped her soul into a talisman? Now, like so many things, it passes to the next generation. Use it as you see fit. Or give it to a miserable old sap Dalton. Whatever you decide, our business is ended. It's filled with fierce, restless energy. Who are you? You see an image in your mind of a woman in heavy leather armor bearing twin daggers. Next to her is a man, young and handsome, who calls her Rowena. The vision shifts to a wind-swept plain next to a lake. 50 men and women in matching leathers lay dead. Their bodies contorted and deformed by some sinister sorcery. Rowena fall among them, her body collapsing next to the young man you saw earlier. She's too weak to speak, but the name Dalton appears in your mind. A lone figure strides across the battlefield, barely bothering to step over the corpses. His eyes are filled with unnatural light and fixed on Rowena. He reaches out to her and what little life remained in her body departs. When he takes the amulet from around her neck, you feel her anguished soul trapped within it. With final contemplative glance at fallen Dalton, the man departs. Dalton sent me to find you. The soul bursts with warmth. It fills your mind with memories of a young man who's both bold and generous. But fury and despair gnaw those images away until all you can feel are cold. Crimson walls pressing against you and something loathsome feeding off you as the years fade in decades. What do you want? You see an image of the amulet shattering and the soul inside rising and dissipating among the stars. Wonder if we can still attack the guy, because I don't really like this guy. Apparently I lost the option when I didn't attack them right away during that dialogue.
Hey.
Alright, I did have this one hat that was giving. I have the concentration as well. Crit multiplier. Let's give that to you. Spell defense bonus. Concentration. You have the little stealth. Defense against dominated attacks, that's pretty good. Actually, I should maybe give this concentration to you instead of those. Oh, not usable by Chanter? Oh, only usable by Ranger. Didn't notice that. Okay. Ranger it is. +9 will. Constitution and survival. Wheel. Opposes attacks that are mentally based.
Hi? Hey.
Soul ward. Amulets. I think I need to go to... I need to go... I can't like just crash the amulet myself. I need to bring it. To bring it here.
So, Alaf, have you ever woken up to find your other half used your body during the night?
I don't think I understand you. And I'm not sure I want to.
Well, I've found that if I go to sleep hungry enough, I wake up covered in blood and delightfully full.
Alright, Siravius, you're starting to scare me.
Hail and well met.
Did you find her? Yes, but not as you expected. Rowena used to wear this. Where did you get it? So I could keep them, or I could just say it's time to set her free. From Helic, who've kept her soul trapped inside it for decades. It's time to set her free. No, please, after searching for her so long. Just have her close to me, visit her in my dreams, that would be enough. Enough for you, but what about her? If you'd keep her trapped in this amulet for the sake of your own comfort, you're no better than the wizard who imprisoned her. You're right, please let me do it. He draws a club with a trembling hand and crosses the amulet. As the gem tracks, you feel essence rush from it. The old man looks at the shattered gemstone. Thanks for showing me reason. Perhaps she'll wait for me in next life. By the flame, she won't have to wait long. Take this. It's from my old adventuring days. I think it's time I finally let them go. I don't like about this game that if I, for example, would have wanted to slay Helic, which I kind of wanted, just for trapping a soul for decades, and he's obviously up to no good. So I basically sided with the evil character there, and then I have no option to attack them afterwards. So basically, from if I want to attack someone, I need to do it from the dialogue. As far as I know, there's no forced attack in this game that I could just attack anyone. It needs to happen. It needs to happen that they are somehow counting as enemy. Sword symbol lets you attack. Oh, this one. Ah.
Hey.
Oh, that's interesting. You know what? That's worth testing. Because I haven't really needed the attack. It's always been automatic. This run is so long. Ugh. Big map. This guy is quite powerful mage. Be a little bit careful here. Okay. Let's see.
Hey.
Let me first talk to you. Okay, no, there's no other options. Okay. Okay, so we can attack. Okay, that's great. Let's screw this guy.
I'm here.
Hi? Yeah?
Okay, I expected him to be a little bit more powerful than this. But sure.
What?
This is for trapping an innocent woman's soul for decades.
Hey.
That's it!
Yeah, I expected this to be way more
What does the flame
way more
reveal?
difficult than this. I don't remember if there was anything. There was nothing here that. Nothing here that was that we didn't take already. It's probably
Hey.
at the same time the most unsatisfying kill I've done in a. Oh, right. They had their grimoire all along. At the same time, very satisfying, but also incredibly unsatisfying.
Of course.
Now it's done. Rowena has been avenged. And then we can go to Lumdala's house. I think I stepped in because I was like, what is this place? But then, because this was locked. Ooh, requires a proper key.
I shall be discreet.
Let's see if we can find the key. Portion of iron skin. Okay, for some reason this is not marked as stealing.
Hi?
So then we're gonna take some. Okay.
Hey.
Proper key. Oh. Great.
All right then.
Okay, I think we need to go talk to Sir. No, there's still the one person we need to talk to, and then we need to go to the acting group. We need to talk to Laura, the merchant. The marketplace.
Find her in a while.
What happened?
One of them heard me tell a joke about a glam-felon youth with frostbite somewhere sensitive. Kids repeat everything.
I meant just now.
Jam my thumb. Nothing big.
Oh, there's Laura.
Welcome.
I hear that your sister's gone missing. I didn't think anyone would help me. When Cora disappeared, I tried Don't Read Draw, the Crucible Knights, even the dozens here. No one had time to look for a missing girl then. It was 3 weeks ago. Oh, jeez. If there's anything I can tell you that will help, I'll just ask. Tell me about Cora. She was my younger sister, always had a head full of dreams. She was convinced there was something special waiting for her, that she'd be remembered and happy and important. She got plenty of heart, but no commitment to match. Still, when she got the theater job, I thought she was about to turn around. What was she doing around the time she disappeared? She'd just gotten into this acting troupe called you know, this, concentrate. The Revel of Stars, that's it. She was pretty inexperienced. I think that's why she wasn't so excited to get a role. I'm afraid I don't know anything else about it. When and where did you last see your sister? She was at her house getting ready for a big performance. That was 3 weeks ago. Did you see Cora with anyone when she disappeared? She is very sociable. She's always enjoyed crowds. I'm afraid that I can't narrow it down beyond that. All right.
Hey.
Okay, let's go talk to the group. Grieving Mother returns to the stronghold with 903 experience. A secret society of animancers has been traveling around the Eastern Reach, promising to restore life to lost loved ones. They perform the rituals at clandestine meetings in various cities, never staying in one place for more than a few days. Though some spark of life appears to be restored to the bodies they revive, authorities suspect that the group is behind abductions, murders, vivisections, and other ghastly practices that appear to be required by the methods. To make matters worse, those restored to life rapidly decompose or go mad within days of their resurrection. Concerned animancers and various civic authorities are seeking help in tracking down those responsible. The secret society, known as the Mourning Circle, repeatedly eluded Grieving Mother's pursuit. As soon as Grieving Mother discovered their latest location, they would begin the process of moving to a new town. It turned out that the Mourning Circle had an extensive spy network at their disposal. Eventually, Grieving Mother managed to capture a senior member of the group who was more than willing to give up information on her brothers and sisters. In a Road's End charnel house, Grieving Mother and trusted soldiers of the Mannheim family confronted and killed most of the cult's leaders. Though some members of the group escaped, the Erla of his Hell's Gates, Fria Mannheim, was confident that their power in the Durwood was broken. He also gained grants denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance on kill. Morning gloves. Interesting. Power of the glove is unleashed after the wearer kills an enemy. That's cool. I really like these little that we can we can send the party members who are at the stronghold to do their own quests, helping things around the land. That's kind of cool. That is cool. Okay. She's Lumdala. So we don't see those who have disappeared.
Hail and well met.
I was wondering if a woman named Cora was part of your group. Can't say I recognize the name. You can remember lines from a play, but not the name of fellow actor. My work requires great focus and attention. I don't have time to memorize the name of every Indian who joins our troop for a week. I'm looking for Kindle. Same thing. Ollie said his friend Lendry was last seen with you. That drunk in Ondra's gift? Men flatter themselves when it comes to the attentions of a beautiful woman. The pallid knight herself could waltz into a bar and he'd believe she was there to sit on his lap and listen on body stories. That reminds me, have you heard the one about the fisherwoman and the long-finned ice sucker? Perhaps I should tell it in another time. I'm just analyzing the facts. And the facts are that one of us thinks of cheap ale and desperation while the other has a long, illustrious career. Consider well which is a more credible source. Kinda her sorts. Not to be trusted. Surely there's someone else you can ask about all this. I'm but a humble actor. Well, you're connected to 3 recent disappearances that you claim to know nothing about. And I don't believe that one bit. Then what else do you expect me to say on the subject? If you'll excuse me, I'll have performance to attend to. The young man steps up next to you, his gaze fixed on the other actors, his voice low. Meet me in Lumdala's house, I know what's going on. He claps his hand and whistles on the other actors. Well done indeed.
Hey.
I know this is a trap. Thus, I'll go anyway. Because it's the only clue we have. A young man appears before you, trembling and excited. You! I saw you with Lumdala, by the amphitheater, look! I don't know what your business is with her, but I want out of this mess. I just came out to grab my things. Just let me leave, alright? Nope. First you calm down, tell me what's going on so I can help. Thank you, but there's not much time. Lumdala's out to get me and I need to get out of here. Maybe out of the city. This opens the door behind you. There's a passage in there leading down to the theater. It's easier if you see it for yourself. Oh, jeez. Since I help you, I want you to promise that you'll leave my name out of this. Follow vultures and you're sure to find one. You are part of this. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. Then I can't let you leave. Oh, man. Oh, Kadal. Well, this is one way to pay for the consequences.
Hey.
Rip.
Steady does it.
Leads down to a theater.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Breastplate. Handful of daggers that feel too sharp to be props. And a great sword. Ooh. Money.
Hey. I shall be discreet.
Oh, I see a soul.
What do you suppose that bally thing is?
Hidden objects.
Ready, Watcher.
If it makes you rest easier.
I don't know what you found, Aleth. Lail. Do sense a soul in there. Sometimes we find the secrets, and then it's not really shown. Wait a minute, this isn't the other side of the catacombs that we were in. Creepy as hell. I still don't know what Aleth saw.
Hey.
Let's talk to the soul. Find out what's happening. A simple silken scarf is crumpled on the filthy flagstones. Essence radiates from it like heat, and the closer you get to it, the more you feel a confusing mixture of joy, surprise, and pain. You hold the scarf and focus on it, and the world around you shifts. Something about you shifts too. The smooth fabric is still in your hands, but you're in a small yet cozy house, and Laura is looking from the scarf back to you, asking if you like it. She's smiling because the answer is written on your face. That was 4 years ago, but you still wear the scarf on the days like today. After all, you wore it that first day you met the actress with silvered eyes, so who's to say it won't bring you luck again tonight? It's nestled around your throat, soft and warm and comforting. You're halfway through the third act and you can feel the audience's eyes on you, hungry and attentive. You were nervous at first when that woman brought you down here. You wondered what kind of show you'd sign up for. But this has gone better than you would have hoped. You reach the end of your monologue and the scarf tightens around your neck. It chokes the final line from your throat, which is embarrassing, because your debut was going so well. But when you try to pull the scarf away, it only tightens further. You're confused, and you look to the audience, expecting someone to rush to your rescue. Then you see their eyes, and that hungry, attentive look, and you understand. The stage fades to black. The scarf falls from your hand and flutters to the ground, but Cora's soul lingers, stuck between a familiar token and question. It wants to know. But it wants to retreat. You had your sister's love and the courage to follow your dreams. Take comfort in that you find in your way and you find your way to the next life. The soul glows with warmth before fading back into the fabric of the scarf. Oh boy. Someone wanted to do a little bit more realistic plays. If it isn't our friend from Dunreed Row. You're a monster! How could you do this to these people? Quite easily, my patrons appreciate true art and they pay well for it. The actors, on the other hand, they were nobodies. In death I gave them purpose. It is not telling that the authorities never bothered to look for them. Ugh, what a person. Well, consider this your last performance, Lumdala. Okay, why is the game placed all of us here apart from Izumak, who's in the middle of them? Oh boy.
Hey.
I'm here.
Yeah?
Yes?
Oh, one of them is a mage. One of them amazed. They just took Izumak. Izumak on their side, at least partially. Well, this hits Izumak because Izumak is at the moment they're confused. Confused, so that still, I think that still counts as ally. So this should be fine. Not sure if it hits you. Maybe it hits you.
Hey.
This guy down.
How may I help?
Yeah, these guys are pretty tough, and one of them is a healer. At least they have some abilities.
How may I help?
Ready, Watcher.
beyond.
Go, Lundala is down.
Hey.
It's one guy of stuff. Tanky dude.
Ready, Watcher.
Let's do a proper heal here.
Hey.
Okay. There's some sort of a ring that they had. Yeah, these guys were pretty backed, but nothing we couldn't handle. And I'm kinda happy we took care of them.
Alright then.
Wish there was, well, we can report and will report this back to Dunreed Row, but maybe we should have some means of also finding people who were funding this.
Alright then.
Special performance. We need to go back to Dunreed Row, probably after we found...
traveling with you, Haravius.
Nice of you to say that. I was on the road alone for years, and I'm happy to have company for a change.
My part of the country has a saying about Orlans. Face of skin, let him in. Face of hair, best beware. But you're more like a skin-faced Orlan.
Are you fucking kidding me? Well, my tribe has a saying, head of brunette, they're all set. Head of blonde says everything wrong.
Was that bad? I meant it as a compliment.
I was about to say that we need to go back to Dunreed Row when we find out for more information about the Crucible Knight's Penhelm. But in order to do that, we do need to visit Citadel, which we have not visited. Or the Dural Palace. Alright, so I did visit the Valian Embassy, but I didn't visit the trading company. There's probably a reason to go there, especially that we saw one of the companions there, or possible companions. We need to go and look for more of that. But I think that's where we call it today. That was over 4 hours today. So we'll continue tomorrow evening. So I'm playing Pillars every Saturday and Sunday, unless something is on. And if you want to watch this all, the whole playlist is on YouTube. And to all of those who are watching on YouTube on some later dates, thanks for watching there. And I will see all of you next time, which will be tomorrow.